Battery critical.
Welcome, ladies and
Charging
gentlemen.
battery.
Oops.
Mic on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to my stream. Sorry for that little bit of a startup wait. My Instacart just got here, so right as I started my stream. So let's jump back into some more Palworld and adventuring. Let's see here. There seems to be some fighting music going on. What's going on around here? Oh, got some angry dog cats. All right, let's see here. I think they can come in here. Let's see if they'll join us for some adventures. Yeah, this is very dangerous for people to battle. Oh shit! Oh shit! Let me get out of there! Ah! Where's he at? Where's he at? Oh, there he is. Just burning. You know, you're not gonna work here. Need heat protection. Let's see. I mean, I've today thought about that. I was mostly showing someone earlier this. You're gonna die. Very dangerous. And I do love that though. That fire types like they can stand on lava without being hurt, really. Which I mean, kind of more or less makes sense. All right. Let me go ahead and take care of this. There you go. It's my friend you're trying to shoot, buddy. Oh, another one. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and just wait here. Pretty sure. You know, actually, I probably shouldn't stand in the exact same spot. I'm gonna get killed if I do that. I don't like how close it sounds. I don't like how close it sounds. Oh my god! Oh my god! You see that? He was gonna lay on top of me. Oh, you know what? I knew it sounded too close. Oh shit! You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful about those. Oh my god. Ah! Oh my goodness! Talk about how unfortunate that would be. Oh wait, what? Oh yeah, because he has mercy shot. Oh, damn! He disappeared, bro. Sorry, I don't need to cuss so much. I mean, I do, but like, I don't do it aggressively. It's just, I do also try to like filter myself. College changed me, and I wonder if it's for the better. I did not used to cuss like this. Like, honestly, I never really I was never uncomfortable with cussing. It's just like I just personally felt like, well, I think I was a big sucker for the fact that, oh, these are bad words. So I'm like, well, okay, let me not go out my way to be bad unless I want to be bad or angry or mad. I do find it hilarious that yeah, I love that they're filling out this game a little bit. Do I have any stone? No, because theoretically I do need to repair that building. I don't know how much action it's been seeing, but my gut tells me I probably should go ahead and get that fixed over there. I don't have any fire. I don't need a fire type. I just need more fire protection. Alright. Where are we? Are we near the fire? Yes! If we need more fire protection, we should go to the Fire Lord Nation. Now, technically, most people can't just visit the Fire Nation because they're a bit dickish. But we've come to an understanding the last few days that I'm not to be taken lightly. Listen, be nice to me and I'll be nice to you. Alright. I back off. Whoops, you can't reach me now. What you gonna do? I usually wrong button. Oh, it's a ground move, which is fine. Okay. Take me serious now. There's the castle. I won't lie, I thought about. I should have thought even more the first time I was going to make it. When I decided to make the one I did make, I'm glad I made what I made. But no, I think about this. That kind of wouldn't be a bad spot. I would have had to do a lot of floor filling, but at least it would be way more usable. And I probably could still move it. I might still do that, honestly. But this here, like, the reason why I didn't use it in the end, I was going to use it first, but I'm like, yeah, there's no. I like the idea, like, oh, it's a cool castle, but then I realized how little room people actually would have had to walk around. Um, but I could have probably worked with that. Should have, could have. Mm, I don't think. Isn't that? I think what I remember discovered is you can't walk in here. But here's the thing, though. I don't think people, the humans, would walk. I don't believe any of my pals would actually walk through here. Let me see. They, they literally get stuck, even though it's technically a big enough doorway, way big enough. I think I also didn't have it up here because I thought, which is kind of fun because they're still apparently. Uh, there's been some raids, but it's very rare, and I think it's because of how hard it is for the raids to get to me at the current location, which is weird. I think again, since nothing can walk through those doorways technically, I think it considers my base basically untouchable. Oh, that's yours. That was mine. Whoa, 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 whoa. Attack? Are they trying to attack me? No. Wixen. I see they're fighting the Wixen. It really is because it gets up in your face, even though it's kind of a ranged attack. Hmm. Helio? I love this. Even though it's kind of unfortunate they don't really use it like I expected. I never expected these doorways to be such a problem for my um. I guess maybe because it's weird that size doesn't really matter, and not in that way. You would think like, oh, the small ones could go through. I think if they can't go, if none, if the big ones can't get through, the small ones can't get through. I think it's a mixture of it's trying to be, but that's not true, because you can make higher ceilings. This bothers me a little bit. You know, I guess I could make a note about the bug. I might do that actually. I mean, I might make it a couple times. It's simple enough to make that. You know, hey, by the way, guys, I built a base within one of the castles over here, and you know, pals seem to have difficulties, even small ones, to walk through the arches. They're all asleep. Have, they should have food. They don't have food. I'm actually directing, aren't I? No. Wait a minute. I have ingredients. Bring. Just one little shop makes food for everybody. Makes one too, I guess. I don't see why not. It could make it a generator. I would need an electric Pokemon. Or pal, not Pokemon. And an electric pal, which is fine. Let's look for a good generator room. Sleeping quarters. Check my chat, by the way. Oh, look at that. Now, it's electric. Can't believe I said that. Too many. That's too many. Too many of these things. Get him out of here. Let's get you. Stronghold strategist. Artisan. Well, look, I guess they all work because they're all evil little creatures. Look, got a hooligan. We got three aggressive ones and one hooligan. That's probably the leader. I guess I'll leave them. They're definitely all going to be upset though for a little bit until I decide not to. Circuit boards, eh? Oh, what would they eat? Just something to keep them full, right? You know what I mean? Nothing serious, probably. I imagine. Uh, oh, interesting. Okay. Someone's out there attacking. They're all just knocked out. They're hungry. Can't be reached by what? I don't believe that. Good. I can use this without it killing me. Okay. Nope, no. Stop. Nothing happened. I wasn't trying to, I swear. I mean, I really wasn't trying to. That's what sure happened. Stretchies. Whew, it feels good to stretch like that. It's rare. You think you had to do it more often, but you guys ever think about the last time you had a good yawn stretch? A good no, not a good yawn, not a good stretch. A good yawn stretch. One of those you stretch and yawn. See, Tom, you know what I mean? If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. All right, gotta do this. Take him back. Gotta apologize. All I gotta do is sit back and relax. Got hell seeing going on in my head. Hell seeing a bridge lives rent free in my head. Let the field cook working. One second, I gotta sneeze.
Mic off. Mic on.
Oh, shit. Alright. You're still sorry. I'm fixing something right now. Sorry. Be active in a second again. There. Oh wait a minute. Huh. Tell me what? Tell myself what? We're going to remove this. New schematics. Oh. Oh yeah. Shit, I'm tripping.
Okay, there you are. I'm about to send you a message. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? Sorry about that. Sorry about the cough. I guess so. What I was just saying is, again, it's like I every time someone's on Power, I float the idea just to. It's I guess it's like first of all, I tried to. It's such a weird thing to just as myself because every thought I have, I always have a second thought of I'm like, was that too cocky, selfish, or it's not even that I'm worried about being cocky. It's more of like I'm worried about people rightfully assuming that okay, this guy is just in it for himself, or because some people do that shit. You know what I mean? And honestly, and like I'm gonna say, some
I
people
wouldn't
they
even
may
sweat
need
it that
to.
much, homie.
Oh, I know, and I try not to. My past foster care kind of made me like get. I had to become used to over explaining myself, and I think now like even though I'm out of the toxicity, like my thing is, it's like it's become part of me, and this thing where like I think I do explain less, but it's a thing where now that I'm used to it and like I'm so self-aware, I'm like, well, there are benefits to the moments where I need to over-explain. Now I just need to recognize and try to recognize the moments where I do. There's some people where like some people will, if you say one word and while most people would assume even if they misunderstood your message, they wouldn't assume the worst. There's some people like again. I think I'm self-aware enough where well, I've been aware where I can tell, and it's easily been right to where generally I can tell like now when I speak to someone like and even as a kid I've been like self-reflecting that even at 6 years old basically since 6 years old, I've been observing the adults in my life. Like when I think about it, when I tell people things and they reference it for me, I'm like, oh, and they said someone said it's like you're a trauma. It's a trauma response. They said there's a word for it to where basically I have the ability to essentially I can in real time while thinking essentially predict when something I say may trigger someone, and I'd make it's a natural thing for me to try to go out my way that in the moment I say something and I know depending on it's not even about vibes, it's not even like oh I think you're untrustworthy, it's more like just my soul, my gut tells me like that person, just whatever I'm feeling from them, not bad, not any like vibe. It's like my body's like I should probably explain that to them so the person I'm meeting that doesn't mix with that misunderstanding because sometimes some people they once they choose even if it is a misunderstanding once they see it a certain way whether it's because they've been betrayed for betrayal or whatever they stick to that and it's usually a defense people are like no dude I don't care what the fuck and I understand that and I but anyway that's why I try to I do over explain and I try to limit it but it's more so the fact Bas- I think what I'm doing is basically naturally my body is aware of all the um perspectives modern day causes, I guess. Because if you think about it, there's so many crazy ways arguments or disagreements can happen just because of people's perspectives, and it literally can due to how they're raised. And again, and like not to say like so I'm someone that defends the fact that I don't believe I'm not good because of how I was raised bad. Like I would like to believe. I'm pretty sure I've always sought out to be a good person. Um, but I've tailored what it takes to do that. You know what I mean? Being a good person doesn't always mean at offering help. Some people I know honestly, if anything, they find it more respectful to not offer them help. You know what I mean? Um, so like I'm just that sort of stuff. So back to the point of what I was talking about with the server is a thing where it was never my I've been playing since last August. It was never my intention to do this, but it's a thing where I was building passionately, and again I'm very like uh probably partially like um what's the introverted. But like, I'm like extroverted, but with like some introverted in me, and the fact that I don't like
Yeah.
to seem too boastful. But I made a post of one of my bases on the server, and people have been liking it. And ever since then, it was the fact that people just like love the idea of it. And it's a thing where I think I just post. I think I just posted because I did. It's a thing where I did like it. I wasn't expecting any praises for it at all. Like I was like, oh yeah, good job. You know what I mean? Not like what. And cause even then, before and after, none of my bases, even the one where I try to make big, none of them are giga sized. Now, my thing is not like I have anything against that, or like, first of all, I honor those people because I know how long it took me. Now, some people have exploits to get things faster, but again, at the end of the day, I have respect for those people who found ways to make the things that they clearly cost double. Well, I would imagine it costs double the resources I use. Now I use a lot of resources, but I'm like more intricate. I kind of build as I go. A lot of people, I tell people, none of my bases that I have, I like built like this was in mind. It was more like I know. Again, when I first started, I had no idea what I was playing. It was completely in the dark. And once I understood about building, I'm like, oh, and I saw, oh, there's stone. And the first thing I think whenever I see stone in any game that allows me to build is, oh, I want to make a castle. Um, and then when I think castle, when I think the freedom, like, oh man, I want a theme, like I'm like, oh, what's my inspiration? Like, you know what? It would be cool to make a world that kind of feels, it's like Palworld Skyrim. You know what I mean? I'm like, well, like open world where basically I would love the idea because now this is back when the NPCs weren't as interactive as they are now. So like I basically wanted to build in a interaction where people could essentially come to my base and I had people there and it basically it felt like you're playing Black Desert where you're basically coming in you can literally be someone who's just coming in like I said for the experience. If you want to be an adventurer, my bases are basically towns and cities. You're going to specific ones to stock up on certain things. Unless, as I tell people, unless you want to get your own stuff, I'm not trying to like tell you you don't have you. If you come to my server and just use it as a nomad, you never want to use my base. That's cool. I see that as part of the experience. Like literally, I have people just existing. I've never played. I tried Second Life. Too expensive. It's just
Well,
it's
it's I'm gonna you're
yeah. Go on.
for one the game itself, that is a cool idea, but the game itself is not partitioned in a way like that. So like for example, if you were to place down boxes and stuff, like they will be completely open, but it's a survival game and you are being very trusting and I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, somebody's just gonna come in and rob that. And what I'm like trying to I guess convey is instead of trying to turn this into something that it's not, this people are gonna want to just build their own bases. They're not necessarily gonna want to come in and like what's it called, survive off of
No,
town
I
like
encourage that.
base. You know what I'm saying?
No, like literally, like that's what I
Most
said.
people that play this game want to create their own
Sorry,
base
I'm
and
sorry.
progress. That's like where
Yeah.
the fun is.
Well, that's what I said. So no, so and I did think of that. No, like, and I'm not trying to like say like I'm better. I was like no. I hear you, and
I'm
I'm
not,
glad
yeah.
I'm glad you said that. You confirmed some stuff that I did already think about. I'm like, yeah. So like my thing is that's what I want people to know. It's not, the reason why I'm so specific. That's why I clarified. I'm not trying to make a sale pitch. I'm like, oh yeah. But no, I literally already thought that. No, that's what I said. Builders, breeders, and battlers. I'm saying literally, basically, that's why legit. If someone literally came to my island, literally just to get, that's what I'm saying. If in a day where they make a global chest, basically my cool idea is like someone, if they wanted to and needed to, they could literally come to my island, literally just to get stuff or grind stuff. Or again, if they came to my island, again, I'm not expecting or asking or wanting people to stay permanently. It's more like legit. If you're so there's two paths here. If you're someone who's come to our island and like you're gonna be with our plan here, theoretically, when there's 9 servers that are like working together like this, and it might be is I'm starting that to make it a small sample so we can work out the kinks. Because at the end of the day, I'm not trying to be the only 9 servers. I want everyone to do it. I just want people because that it's a thing where I am changing. I'm not even changing the game. I'm like I would like to assume I'm revealing parts of the idea of not even the brain things that weren't even discovered or thought of, and not to stand out, just more like because like it's more like the more I hear Nintendo, it's a thing where it's not this. I already care about the game, and I think I have this like subconscious ability to like
Have
hate
you brought this
hate
up
bullies.
in Palworld Talk? Like
N-
completely like talked about it?
No, because it's a thing where I've only just came back in the last week, so I haven't had a chance. I was actually when about 2 3 months ago, I was kind of making some steam, but it's a thing where I was perfecting stuff. It was in my base. It wasn't. That's not why I stopped, but just life kind of happened. You know what I mean? To where I kind of got pulled away from it. Now I'm back. it's the thing where there's a lot of things in the world I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make programs. I've been working on a program for the last 10 years. I was homeless for a little bit after kind of more or less basically had to choose freedom over college to have a chance to do what I'm doing right now. Not to give you simple, I was never trying to leave, but basically, I tried to reason with my foster parents to give me more independence. That turned into me being convinced by them to sign some paperwork that basically legally, like I signed to start down the path of independence, and I didn't think nothing of it. But when I signed that paperwork that night, they basically said I was no longer allowed there. They said I said, well, I won't get into it because like and so that was like 12 years ago. No, that was like 14, 15 years ago. Um, and so again, my thing is, so I had to get back on my feet with literally nothing. It took about 3 years to get off the streets, and since then I just it was weird that that was such that like I have that's like a thing like that's always gonna be a puzzle, but along the way I'm the type of person where I can't worry. I've always been trying to, even then I never was trying to like be, I was never a disgruntled child. I just wanted to get to a point. First, for them, it was all about trying to prove that I could be trustworthy. It's weird because they knew I was. Like anytime they talked about me, they said, "Oh, he's dependable, trustworthy." You know what I mean? But whenever I'm asking, like I wanted a job and stuff, they was like, "Well, if you could do that if we could trust you." And so that was kind of the constant thing I was chasing down. And so I had got accepted at U of I Champaign. I got accepted at U of I, but that was because they were the alumni of that school, of that high school.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm getting off.
Recently, bro.
I'm getting off subject. You're right. Back back to the real subject. And that's what I wasn't trying to. Sorry, it was.
Trauma dumped a lot, man.
I wasn't trying to. It slipped. It slipped out literally because it's like, well, it's a thing where I over-explain. So like, it's like, well, maybe I need to explain this and this and this because like, and I think I do it, and I realize I over-explain, and the truth is, I think first there's something in me that tries to defend them, and it's not about me trying to like cope. It's more like I legit feel bad. Like when I hear what they do and did. Because I can tell, even despite what happened, they try to be and are ultimately good people, good-hearted people. They just did some fucked up shit to me. Like I legit, that's what I say as a 6-year, legit. Like when I was observing this stuff, I'm literally observing this, at this point, I'm probably a psychiatrist, not really, but like but like I can literally like I'm able to evaluate my own life, and I'm doing it from the perspective of I'm trying to understand these two adults in my past from a child's perspective. But anyway, point is, first of all, even if it is a lot of work, I don't mind that. Trust me, I was basically their servant. But again, thing where I don't say they meant me to be that way, but that's basically how they used me. If it wasn't homework, it was yard work, which I thought that was a normal life. Kids, see movies all the time about kids working all the time. You know what I mean? Although I think that's a joke though. But like, I didn't think nothing of it because I just thought, I didn't know. Again, I'm basically more or less trusting the adults with a leash. You know what I mean? I'm like, I even knew then, like, because it was at 6 years old that basically they kept giving me this medication. I didn't like how it made me feel. Like, damn, let me stop. Damn. See, I over-explain shit. Back to the Palworld. And what your question is. So, I tell people that when you join my server, when you come to my server, do literally whatever you expect to. You can build. Now, my thing is this. Basically, I said, if you're I tell for people who want to complete the quest but have a problem with a lot of building, or they don't have they have too busy of a work schedule. My point is this: all my bases are stocked out to where, again, like literally, like I said, if you need to, oh crap, I gotta build a bench. I for some reason don't want to get the supplies myself. Now you can come to town, you can basically whatever you need, however you want to approach your quest, you can do that. Whether you grind it for yourself. I just said, first of all, was it sad? I didn't realize that. Again, I learned as I went. Again, this was never the original plan. I was just playing. You know what I mean? But basically, as it came along, as I developed a plan, I then realized that, first of all, you share base. And not only do you share a base, it was even later after that I realized that I try to go back to increase the number of bases because that was causing people to not be able to join my guild because of the limit. You can only build 10 bases, which is fine. I understand the limitation. I wish it was a little bigger, just
You
because.
can only do 10 per server, or it's not per
No,
server,
10
per guild.
per guild. Yeah. Well, yes.
And then you
And
can have as many as your config files.
right. So that's what they. So that's what I tell people, like, and that's what sucks for me, because honestly, when I first made the plan, I thought people could come in, join my guild, and then they would just have. Basically, I literally tell people, when you join my server, and if you want to, build your own guild, I'll legit use my guild and its resources to help people build anything from a house to a whole guild. I'm like, I mix a lot of stuff. You ever seen Fairy Tail? Or heard of Fairy Tail, the anime? Kind of like that. Fairy Tail-esque, Skyrim-esque. I'm basically like, with in the most humble way, we're guild number one, but it's not about being number. That's why I don't want to say that. I hate saying that because it's not about being number one. It's like, I'm just there. We're the number one supportive guild, literally. And the fact that, yeah, whatever you need for your play, you can. But the bonus to my server is about that, again, if you are someone who doesn't, you can still get around. You can still get the best pals you need, level up. Like, most of my level, I'm level 62 right now, or level 62. I would say probably 50 of my levels I got specifically just from building. I'm not saying it's a good thing. It's just, like, right now I'm a glass cannon, and that's how most of my games are. I spend a lot of time doing detail work, and then I get what I want, and then which is I've learned to find as a good thing. Basically, I have what I want in the game, and now with what I want, I can play the game how it, I can face the challenges. And that's how I started. Even, like, I've been streaming it, like, not just, it's like a journal. It's more like a journal for me. It's more the fact that basically when I first started, I'm like, okay, I even streamed the first day. Okay, this is like me on the island. We're gonna see where I end up in 4 months and how I'm doing. And this might just, I'm approaching survival. Well, survival. Here's how I am. If I have this stuff if I can do everything I do in this game, ideally, the first thing I'm gonna worry about, if anything, is making sure I'm established and secure. And every time it went off, you realize you start. Or if you pay attention, you notice how fast you lose food and stuff. So basically, I never felt comfortable going off for a long time, especially for a quest or starting to, like, I'm just thinking, like, how survival. If I don't feel comfortable leaving for hours, then I probably shouldn't leave at all. I should probably make sure things are secure, and then, if it's like, okay, we need supplies, or it's good, it feels safe, I'll go out and get stuff. And so I did that enough until I felt, that's just me playing survival. But then as I did this, I built this, building as I go, things get destroyed. So, like, my bases are literally all amalgamations of just things I've learned and built. Like, I want a castle. Okay, well, you know what? This keep didn't work, so let's change the design. This wall's too low. And that's how my base is formed ultimately. So, and now, again, I probably have, I think I just looked yesterday. I think I have 3 million stone. No, wood, not stone, wood. To where, again, that's where I haven't played in months, and sometimes when I can, I try to leave my game just running, so it builds up. To where, again, so to answer your question, people can literally still come to play the game. My benefit is the world is if someone, let's say someone does that, but they peter out, that's fine. At any point, basically, if it's a crafting thing, you can come here and craft it. Now, the problem is you got to be part of the guild. That's what sucks. Now, I think, again, I gotta really test the limit. I think I have 7 people right now. I don't know what happens when I have 10 people. Like, because technically, I don't know if the guild participation capacity is limited by the base. Like, theoretically, if you delete your base, you can join my guild. Now, I don't know if that still counts once I'm past 10, or if the game's going to have an issue with that. Theoretically, it should work, but, like, I know it's still kind of in early.
By default, you can have people in the guild.
Oh, okay. How many?
4.
4 in a guild. Oh, no, I'm saying. So oh, I see what you mean. By default. So I think but see what I'm saying. I think that's because the default number of bases for a guild is 4. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what the default was. So I think,
again, what I'm getting at is what I've gathered for this entire conversation from like you talking at me
Mhm. I'm
is
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to talk at
it's
you.
basically how familiar are you with games? Is this your first time playing a survival game?
Yes. First survival game for sure. Oh, well,
Yeah, I
I
can
mean,
tell.
unless you count Save the World, but I don't know.
Bro, this is a survival game and you are completely overthinking it. I would just enjoy yourself and play the
I am
game
enjoying it.
because like the way well, for example, you talked about how you couldn't go out for hours and survive. Like the game doesn't necessarily want you to go out for
No,
hours
no,
and
no.
survive.
I was talking. I'm saying like playing. I was thinking in my head that. No, I'm saying I think ahead. So I'm saying I didn't make it clear. That was more like a thought bubble. Like um, I was explaining my playstyle. Like in the beginning, the reason why I have so many hours in building is because like how I played is I played how I'm survived. Now when I'm surviving and I have assuming everything in the game is something that I would have, I got isekai basically. So you know what I mean? Where okay, my mentality is and I'm not saying what's I'm saying I can tell where my food would be at within hours if I went. My when I'm saying hours, I'm thinking I'm using the time in two ways at once. Probably shouldn't. I'm talking about real world time, but I'm also talking about in game time too, because the game in game time is way faster. I'm just saying that I know for a fact that, and it's a mix of if I go out into the forest, knowing my food is low right now, and I know my lifestyle where I'll be pulled away from the game for hours, I know I'm gonna end up because what's happening where I was getting close to running out of food on my pals, and that's an inconvenience. I just know like just tactically that's inconvenient because it causes them to be weaker. So like for me, if I'm really least scared of the world, the most important thing for me is to establish my main base and any base from that point that I
Wait,
decide to make.
can
Mhm.
I interject?
Yeah.
The point wasn't necessarily about the food, homie. It was just about like over preparing and just like doing all that.
No,
Like
I
it's
love that stuff.
s-
I love that stuff. I literally love that
for
stuff.
sure.
You know what I mean? I can understand most people like, Brood. No, no, no. I feel you. No, I legit have. That's why I don't mind. I legit, when I say, and I wasn't even making a joke, I legit will see myself when people start joining my server, or well, have joined my server, I legit see myself as literally a live NPC. And it literally, in the most sad part, but I embrace that entirely, where literally, at that, when again, and that's where I was when people were joining. Like, I've been having people join for months, and like where I'm just like, and it's kind of sad. I'm like, all right, guys, I'll join you guys in a minute. Let me just finish building this one thing, and it's like 3 hours later, and I'm still building. And I'm like, but I gotta do this. And but it's the thing where again, at the end of the day, most people, I don't want other people to have to worry, think this much about it. But there's a lot of honestly, if you think about it, there's a lot of intricacies in life that make life work every day. And people don't have to and don't want to think about it. And I'm like, okay, what is this? I basically, and I know I'm basically going on my way to make this as real as possible. I'm not. It was never the intention, but basically, like I know logically with what I'm asking for, there's no. It's even if I'm not trying to make it like life. Just with what I'm asking, what what you're asking yourself is to make this game like life. And life's got a lot of things you got that you don't, especially if you're not a person that do a lot of jobs, or do a lot of, you don't, if you don't get out enough, you may not realize how much can theory, and it's not a lot. My thing is the reason why you have a community is because it takes a community to run a community. You know what I mean? So my point is, I'm basically making myself the community. So I'm basically handling the jobs of 10, 11 people. But that's fine because it'd be people, like I said, at the end of the day, I love the idea that someone can come with like, man, man, this game seems, I'm doing all this literally for the person that's like, man, I love that. That game looks fun, but I hate survival games. I can't do it. I don't got time, whatever. All the excuses I eliminated were like, okay, bet. You can literally join if you don't want to do any building at all, bet. You can legit join as a wild man to where basically, again, you only come to town just to eat, get food. I have shops set up already with food in them to where legit, again, like, you don't have to, literally, there's not a damn thing you have to do in this game unless you specifically want to. You want to get your own food? Go get your own food. You want to buy food because you don't feel like go come buy it. Benches, whatever. however you wish to progress your quest, however self-involved you want it to be, I have it. And I pretty much perfected, honestly, to where legit. Yeah, now I have people that legit get on once in a while. They have a couple houses in the forest that I check on them. I check on them. They're fine. They're still staying in. And if I ever see them like damage, I'll go ahead and heal them up. It takes no problem. Takes no time to heal them. I don't even need a repair kit. If you use the replace tool, it heals the wall right away without using anything. I mean, you gotta have at least three. You gotta have the minimum. But I'm saying, as I tell people, like technically, if you carry 10 stone on you, outside of you wanting to build stuff, that's all you need to repair anything in your base or whatever your 10 stone, 10 whatever your because all you got to do is just replace it and it heals it. It's so again, but I'm willing to do as much maintenance. I'm gonna do me, you know what I mean? So y'all do what y'all want, you know what I mean? Whatever. Again, I don't legit. I legit told people I legit have I legit have a couple jail cells built, and it's before they brought them. I've always had I think every most my bases have a jail cell built to them. And when people join my server, I literally say, now listen, don't do you can do literally whatever you want. If you want to steal stuff, you can steal stuff. But here's the understanding. If there's three things. If you get caught, let's say we know it's you getting stealing stuff, we're going to confront that. Now this one rule is kind of grayed out until I figured out how to open PvP. But the idea is, if you get caught stealing, you have three options. You can give up the item, or it's also tied to the rules. If you're caught being a jerk, or caught stealing, or caught being an asshole, but it's obviously not strict enough to just kick you out, you have an option that you can do one. You can return it. Well, the first warning is you can return the item, or if you're being offensive, you could lock yourself in one of the online cells for 10 minutes. You literally got to be in there for 10 minutes. And again, it's a head thing. That's only 10 minutes. But the second offense is 30. The third offense is an hour. But yeah, if you're going to be in a server, you got to abide by the rules. So I'm saying, if you're caught being a jerk, the first option is you can return the item to not be punished, or you can concede to the whatever the minimum amount of time is. Now, if someone's being a jerk for 3 times, and I'm like, oh, well, shit, again, well, depending on what they're doing, if they're just actively being the quote unquote villain, if they're being playfully villainous, and I'm like, but if they're actually being like, dude, okay, you've been told to stop, you're setting fire to shit. This is the 7th. This is like the 3rd time now. Oh, again, it would never be the 7th time. This is the 3rd time you set something on fire. You're doing it. You're gone too far. And like at that point, depending on how severe, we'll let whoever's being offended determine the verdict. I'm like, okay, they get one more chance, or no, just get rid of them. And then the second rule is, okay, theoretically, especially when PvP is here, if that's like how think about when I have mods that if again, back in the case where you're being caught stealing or hurting stuff, technically I'll allow you to fight. You can run, you can flee or fight. You can surrender, flee or fight, or what's the third one? Got it written down. Flee or fight, or what's the third one? Because that was what was it? I can't remember what the third one was, but basically I legit thought of everything, including the assholes. Now again, obviously if someone's being an asshole, I can kick him at any point. But I'm just saying. But like also as far as people stealing stuff, I already got that unlocked. The only boxes that are open are those that I'm fine with. Bro, I've been, and this is how I am. I legit have. I don't have to worry about things being stolen. I have legit emergency supplies stashed already. Beyond what, again, any one base has like right now, I think my mining base has, outside of the reserves, it has 556,000 wood in stone. And again, as someone can trust me, so the first thing, again, not trauma dumping, but the first thing I did after I got an apartment off the streets was I tried to seek out my family and help them out. So for the last 14 so years, well, not now, like, okay, 4 years ago, I kind of kicked the last person out. But for 10 years straight, I had this kind of going through families, like, I don't really know them, but like varying trust, like, so distant cousins to siblings and things. I went through a whole gradient about I think had 14 different quote unquote families if you count one person as a family. Um, that I let respite in my apartment. And I never was gonna. And I even told them, listen, you guys staying here. They didn't change my rent. Just if you use, if you use something and I need help, I would ask you. I would like you to be reasonable and help with it. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, that makes sense. And I said, again, I even said no. Seriously, like, if I know my bills, so like if it's $20 over, I'm not gonna ask you to pay for half my bill. I remember, I try to explain how reasonable I am. I'm not gonna ask you to pay for half the bill. Just pay for the extra 20. That's $20. And if you can't, I was always gonna work things out with people. Well, rotation after rotation. It's again every person after the person that got kicked out was someone that had to help me. That was what the betrayal was like. Everyone after everyone I helped out was someone it wasn't always the chronological order, but most people was someone that proved to me in the past to be there for me, quote unquote, or that it was helping me to remove a person or just deal with a situation. So it's people who I thought I could trust, but then they did the same thing to me. So like, by the time I get the last per now, I was like thousands. I'm better now. I'm caught up now. But like I think I was like, by the time I kicked the last person out, I was 6,000 behind on rent. I was, again, well, again, point is, I'm used to
Jesus.
betrayal. I'm used to all the bullshit, and that's why I think I do so much. Because honestly, there's some people out there that may not. Again, they may never know. People may never know how much work I put into it. That's fine. At the end of the day, someone over there may really, again, they may not have time for it. Again, I had to work. I had to work a full week to work 1 hour of game time on the game. I had a GameCube, thank God, but I had anything but, and I never ever had a chance to beat Mario Party. But that's what I tell them. It's like there's 1,001 underlying reasons why I do what I do. Um, and well, not why well, yeah, I always was going to help people out, but what I went through while it's fucked up, it basically only in each betrayal, it only pushes me further down the path of going out my way to help others. If anything, you're only proving my point that, you know what? Yeah, now one person does gotta go out their way to do this extra shit because it's so common to be betrayed. And like, my thing now that shouldn't be the common trope, but you know what? As common as that is, yeah, I'm going to sweat my.
Have you ever heard of a game called Rust?
Rust. I've heard of Rust. Actually, I think someone compared this game to Rust.
Yeah. So literally, like, how how old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
29.
Okay, so from what I've heard, online, like Rust, these types of games, man, like the fun comes from being like with different groups of people. Like I appreciate and respect the idea, and people will be nice, but at the end of the day, like go watch some Rust videos of like what Rust actually is.
Okay.
It'll give you an idea of the community that you're speaking to, because everything you've said so far is just very hopeful for most of the people that won't probably take. It's fresh. I appreciate it,
Hmm.
but have you ran this by anybody else?
Yeah, I know. Again, what I feel bad about, and that's why I was telling you that. First of all, again, I didn't when people said I'm a DM you. I know it means direct message. That's why I would check at my I would check what I thought was just the direct message. I thought that was just the chat box. You know what I mean? That's why. So like when I yeah, legit. Yesterday, I finally realized because someone said, "Hey, I'm a DM you," and like they said that, and I'm like, I looked, I'm like, "What do you mean? What?" And they said, "Hey, I DM'd you." I'm like, "What do you mean?" Like, and so I actually looked, and I finally found where the quote unquote DM section is at, and I'm like, oh my god, and sure enough, there was 6 people there waiting that had tried to reach out to me, and I feel like shit. Um, but again, like you mean, no, yeah, you, were you? No, again, I don't know who all reached out. I reached out to everyone. I don't know because I just sent out. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh god. And again, first of all, I don't deserve the props, but I will lie. I compare a lot of my blunders and wonders to Markiplier a little bit, and the fact that we're again, he is someone who is at a pinnacle, in my opinion, of success of what he can do and does do, and he still says and makes all these blunders and stuff, and like it makes me feel good. That's why again, it may be hopeful, but at the end of the day, that's what some of us need. But also, again, I have had people play, and again, and it's a thing where again, no one's again. I think it's a mix of I I think as much as I try to deliver, I haven't delivered on the easiest part, which is being available, which is on me. And that was not even that. It was me just not knowing the technology properly. I didn't know how to check Discord properly. I thought I did, even though I've had it for a while. I mean, again, I've never been there. I was brought into Discord, so I was new when I joined. But even then, as much as I tried to explore it, again, I heard DM and like, I just I think what happened is someone probably DMs me, and then they messaged me in a normal chat, and so I assumed that was the DM. That's probably what happened. But yeah, I understand. There's probably a lot of people that, well, it's a thing where I never made the base specifically to be used, but I basically have made it my goal that basically at any point when someone wants to use it, again, they don't have to worry about that if they don't want it. There are people who then first of all, most people who play survival games are probably someone who wants to use their own brain, and that's what again, I'm first of all, it's the thing. I would love to run with the wolves. Like it's like, or think Melvin. What's his name? What was it? Marvin? I can't. Melvin. Okay, there's two names, Melvin or Marty. The name of the zebra from Madagascar. You know when he finally goes to Africa and then he sees the herd. That's like I see y'all over there again. When you hear that again, I want to hang out with more, and I will at some point. I will, and like honestly, I'm actually the reason why I've been more social is because yeah, I've now gotten my base to a point where legit, I have a second account to where legit I'll just leave this account on. I got two accounts. I got Dr.Bud and I got Glacio. Glacio, and it, like canonically, the way I keep it treated is Glacio is my but the first Tamer of the guild Mariyavan, and then Dr.Bud is the founder, the builder, aka me, the professor, the builder, the first one who came. He kind of, he started a community, but Dr.Bud is who I use to travel to help people out on their servers. So again, I do get chances to socialize. Again, I'm usually this whole time and on to if people don't have time, or cause that's what again I want people to know, as basically as cool as it would be to have 50 people on my server right now, it's fine because I guess call it coping or whatever. But I'm cool because like I said, I do at the end of the day want to hang out with people, and I get to hang out with people by helping them build on their bases. Now I just gotta be more consistent about my availability, and I have been. And it's a thing where again I've talked about betrayal again. You ever live with a narcissist? Or not live again? You ever cannot live? Cause I got. You ever taken care of a narcissist? But yeah, again, no, it's good. Don't make a habit of it. Again, and they're a good person. I love them. Again, I think it's a thing where I say the words I'm too forgiving, but it's a thing where I know where I'm being forgiving, where I don't have to, and it's more because, like, when there's in these cases, like if I don't, I'm genuinely worried about where they're going to end up in life. Again, I extra worry about other people. I won't say over worry because over worry implies I don't want to. You know what I mean? I try to use that would be the proper word. Most people would say that, but I'm like, and that's what I know over explain, but I'm saying that most people would say over worry, but I want to tailor it to say no, I'm just extra worried because I want to make sure they're doing the best they can in life, and that's that's what I got myself this situation and into this. I got myself to where I'm at with nothing, and this is a person that has had literally couldn't have had the most polar opposite life than me, and there was never envy in that. That's my point though, is that they think certain things that are just adulting are hard, unruly. Clearly, and then without trying to tell them, clearly this is stuff you never had to think about or work on. And I'm not, and I'm more than happy to try to teach you, but you got to be like if it's got to be something you want. Like I don't like the idea of controlling people or telling people, but they claim this is what they want to be this type of person, and I say, okay, well, okay, if you're that type, if this type of person you are, this what you're doing right now contradicts that. And okay, you can say it's not, but I'm explaining to you it is. Like I'm just, and I'll break it down to you how, and so that sort of stuff has been taking my time away. Um, Again, as intricate as much it no, whatever I do, I go 1,000%. And now usually again when things like it's a thing where like everything else, like I can juggle 1,000 things at 1,000%. And again, it's just been this has been again when you're dealing with people, especially emotions, it's a whole different beast, whole different universe and time strength. But it's worth it because in the day I would never say someone's time is not worth me help. You know what I mean? So that's where like I've been split because at the end of the day this is a game. And I do care about people, and the way I see it is, at the end of the day, if I'm not there, these people will still have fun, and they don't need me. So
Right.
when I'm available again, I'll continue my quest of bringing the most immersive. And yeah, back to me. So okay, so the part that I haven't
Hey,
talked about,
hey,
yeah.
I'm gonna go eat lunch with my wife.
All right, my friend.
Talk to you later, homie.
That's later, my friend. Oh,
Mic off. Mic on.
Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. A lot of. But yeah, man, I can't wait till this idea takes off, because it will. And it has this. Well, again, this is the early stages of it. You know, nothing ever started. Very few things ever started booming, and booming can mean a lot of things. Booming can be a boom can happen at any point. It doesn't have to be the very first few days or a few months. Let's see here. Oh shit. My stuff. My stuff. Hmm. Hmm. Good now. On. Go already. We don't need the wood. We don't need the ore. What a fiber. What a rock. We don't need this stuff. Get away. Oh, there, buddy. Hmm. Honestly, it's kind of funny. It's almost lore accurate how close these two bases are. You got the Fire Nation just over the coast. Ah, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. I'm gonna drown. Ah. Fire. Try it again. Wee. Yahoo. Check on the Earthbenders. Of course, that'd be what I pick up. Welcome to. I did name it, but what did I name it? I gotta find. I'll find a name. I think it was a noob. Anubia. I swear it's something like Anubia. Nubina. Nubana. What did I name it? Anu Dhabi. Anu Dhabi. Welcome to Anu Dhabi. Anu Dhabi. It's a Tech Nine song too. Reference. Hmm. 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 No. Hmm. 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 Oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. I even saw it happen. Damn it. I I'm an idiot. I even saw it was going to do that. What object? Hmm. There we go. Got upset. Almost got upset there. Not really, but like, well, I almost yeah, upset. Not like some people mean. Not like oh my god, but like almost like no, come on, man. Like, come on, don't do it to me like this. That's what I meant. Other one, two. I want the stone. Why would I keep? Just get away. Give me. Just give me.
Wish we could.
What? Why are you doing it like what? Attention?
Oh! Oh!
You know what? That would not make sense. Oh, that's what I could do. Oh, you know what? That's fine there. That way it kind of hides the rock. But you know what I can do? I can do now that I couldn't do before. That should be helpful. I only need one, really. I'll get it. You already have 3. I mean, I could, but when I think about it, it would look bad. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry to myself for how picky that is. I'm definitely not wrong. You know what? I probably had more than enough wood. I put it there at one point for decoration. This is good though because they are working. Which I like, I like seeing a busy city. Not That sounds so capitalist. Well, do they? Let me see. Can they mine? They can. Do it all. Hmm. Let's go ahead. Eventual. Hey, I don't. I I forgot the mic was on. I didn't. Oh, I forgot to close my mic. That's why I feel bad. Excuse me. You say just let it out. I'll say excuse me if I know people are around. I don't. But I'm not so blatantly rude like that. I was worried. It's that illusion.
Mic off. Mic on.
we were. It's, it's the only. It's the final time to complete this track. Blue eyes. Blue eyes white dragon. It's a blue eyes white dragon. I never... Clutch. It's a blue eyes white dragon. Okay, for you, let's see what you got in your repertoire. Repertoire. We're going to be hunting. I want you to be efficient. It's direct and efficient. I have to test. Let's test out these new settings.
Mic off. Charge complete. Mic on.
All right, guys. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back soon, but I'm gonna end the stream here just because I don't know when I'll be back. This is one. It's my normal life. You know, I work a lot, do a lot. Just I stay busy, and so, but just for today, I want to give my computer a little chance to rest a little bit. I'm sure it's fine, but I just want to make sure it's fine and just I got a number of reasons I'm doing this. It's so if you guys have any questions, leave a comment. And honestly, don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. See you guys next time.
Mic off.